All right, and welcome to it, everybody. We are live again. Not the way I expected to go live today, but it is what it is. So,
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
okay, so we have a radar-indicated tornado warning now for Faribault County, which will be a little bit farther north here than what we're seeing. We have a tornado warning down here, just about Albert Lee, and then we have another radar-indicated tornado warning here. So the one in Malheur and Fillmore County, that is near Leroy, or 21 miles east of Austin, moving east at 30. So that's going to be this cell right here. This storm, or this warning rather, in Freeborn County, that is an observed tornado warning. And that was near Heartland, or 8 miles northwest of Albert Lee, moving northeast at 35. And that was law enforcement confirmed. Locations affected include Albert Lee, Ellendale, Hollandale, Twin Lakes, and Meyer Big Island State Park. It's a fairly large warning there for Freeborn County, just extending up into Steele in the corner of Waseca County. Here's our new warning that's radar indicated for Faribault County. That's for Central Faribault, near Blue Earth, or 11 miles east of Fairmont, moving northeast at 40. And of note is the flash flood warning that's been issued for far northeastern Carver County, most of southern Hennepin County, almost all of Ramsey County, far southern, Anoka County, Blaine, Fridley, Hilltop, that area, and then central Washington County as well. And if I bring that up, that flash flood warning has been issued due to radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the area. Rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches an hour. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. That does include the core of the Twin Cities Metro. So that is where we are right now. It's a quick start. Everything just kind of happened all at once. The first warning was issued, and then the flash flood warning was issued, and the two warnings were issued, and that all happened within 10 minutes. So it went from fairly quiet to very busy in almost no time flat. So we are live with the tornado warnings out there and with the flash flood warning across the metro. But right now our bigger concern is these tornado warnings that are out there. And taking a look, I'm not seeing this warning over Freeborn County, that one. Yeah.
New information. This tornado
Now it's radar
warning has
indicated.
been updated.
Okay, that came back down like I expected. Okay, so the tornado warning that was issued to expire at 4 for Freeborn, southwestern Steele, and southeastern Waseca County has been allowed to expire. The storm has moved out of the area. So we can cancel that watch out. So right now we have two warnings. Both are radar indicated. One is for the storm between Preston and Austin. And then we have the other radar indicated storm back here in Faribault County. There we sort of are. Oh, I didn't quite completely finish setting up, did I? Nope, not at all. There we go. Hi. Let's try this again. There we go. I think that'll work better. A little bit. Okay. Yeah, the lighting changed in my universe, so all of a sudden I don't agree quite as well as I did. Yeah, I don't know what happened here, but it did. Oh. Okay. There we go. Let's see if that works any better. Okay.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And we now have a new tornado warning in effect. And that is affecting parts of Iowa. Wait for that one to populate in.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And we have an update on the tornado warning in Freeborn County, which I find interesting. So what do we got? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. So it's for this storm here. And that's on the Iowa side of the border. So that is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Lake Mills. 10 miles north of Forest City, moving east at 25. That's going to track right, kind of a little bit up and north, but to the north of east, but tracking along the Iowa border. Here's our new radar indicated tornado warning for southwestern Freeborn. That is for a tornadic storm capable of producing a tornado, I should say, over Emmons, or 9 miles southwest of Albert Lee, moving northeast at 35. So that's one to keep an eye on. That one will go right over Albert Lee in the path of the storm here. I'll zoom back out a little bit. There we are.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Now our watches are going to start verifying here real quick. Oh wait, they already have. Because this first initial warning, the big one across Freeborn that went into Waseca and Steele counties, that was a confirmed tornado when it was first issued. So that will verify this watch. It's kind of funny that we use that as our verification tool. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Still experimenting a bit with my setup. I apologize. I need to move that like that. There we go. Now that works much better. And I apologize if you see me rubbing my nose. My allergies are running amok this year, so that is why that is happening there. So I should have one other window here. Oh yeah, I need to do it. Yeah, I quite literally jumped into a live stream. I wasn't quite ready for it. I knew there was a possibility, but I really hadn't planned on a live stream. But sometimes the way things happen sets the pace for you. So a severe thunderstorm warning down here in central Iowa. That's near Dakota City, moving east at 30. We're not going to worry about that one too much. That is outside of our area. Actually, it shouldn't be because these storms are moving a bit north of east, so I should be watching northern Iowa. Right now, take a look up north. So if you're farther to the north of the Twin Cities, you're kind of wondering, why are we live? Well, because of the Twin Cities and south. That's why. But if you're in the north, I mean, look at northern Wisconsin. Put this into motion. And you can see just how much rain there is up here. And that extends all the way up along the Iron Range. And that's Foston over to Grand Marais, kind of the northern boundary there. There's a bit of rain still to the north.
A new observed tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, and that is a new confirmed tornado warning just came in for Freeborn and Steele counties. So that's going to be back up here. There we go. And that is for this storm. I am perplexed. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. Okay. Near Freeborn Lake or 11 miles northwest of Albert Lee, moving northeast at 35.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, we have an update on the Faribault County warning. That is now still near Blue Earth. I haven't gotten the update quite yet. I'll wait for it to flash on the screen here, then it'll tell me it actually updated. Unfortunately, the radar software I'm using does not allow me to go ahead and clear things out. It also does not allow me a real-time update between when the warning system grabs it and when the radar system grabs it, because they're not using the same feed, or the same feed, I should say. There's that update on the Faribault County warning. Still radar indicated. Near Frost, moving 25 miles east of Fairmount, moving northeast at 40. Eaton, Frost, and Brush Creek. So that is this part of this cell right here, which unfortunately we are kind of in a radar hole here where there's not a lot of good data. See a hail core starting to form there. Velocity data shows a little bit right there. Right in here, boy. I'm really hard pressed to say that's a tornado, but law enforcement confirmed it. I'm going to take them at their word. Another area of rotation southwest of Albert Lee, and another area of rotation trying to set up here in northern Iowa. And here's our storm. Broad rotation here. Switch radar sites to La Crosse. I'll have a much better look at it. Yeah, here's the rotation. It's fairly broad, but it is rotation. I'm wondering if it's going to be better to stay on La Crosse. Again, it's one of those, it's a radar hole. It's like, okay, which radar do I go with? Looking farther down into the warm sector, you can see all the little blue polygons. Those are special weather statements for stronger storms. So I was kind of like, okay, we got something going on down there, but that's not too surprising. So the fact that Minneapolis radar is seeing this storm down here almost on top of Davenport, that's pretty impressive. I don't know what it's seeing there, unless it's just, oh, it's this storm. It's just seeing it in offset. Okay. A lot of boundaries down here too. Wow. All right. But that's not our concern right now, though. We are watching a tornado in this storm for Freeborn and Steele counties. That is a law enforcement confirmed tornado near Freeborn Lake, moving northeast at 35. Ellendale, Geneva, and Heartland in the path of that storm. Faribault County, you've got a tornado warning as well for a radar indicated rotation. And that is near Frost, moving northeast at 40. So Eaton, Frost, and Brush Creek, you're in that warning. Over here in Mower County in southwestern Fillmore County, we have got, sorry, I got those reversed. Southeastern Mower and southwestern Fillmore counties near Leroy, 21 miles west of Preston, moving east at 25. That's a tornadic or a tornado possible tag. Oh, it's not. It is a radar indicated tornado warning. There we go. Too many different variables in all these. And then we do have one severe thunderstorm warning south of the border, and that is for Wright and Humboldt counties in Iowa. And that is a severe thunderstorm 7 miles east of Dakota City, moving east at 30. For the most part, anything south of the border with Iowa, that's going to move. If it's more than a county in, it's not going to really reach Minnesota, just because it's such a slight angle to the northeast with these storms.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
That storm, all kinds of updates happening all of a sudden. Of course, we do have 3 different Weather Service offices issuing these. There's the update for a lot of updates. 72 miles west of Preston or near Spring Valley, moving east at 20. That is our storm over here. So down here in southern Freeborn County, radar indicated tornado warning continues for another 8 minutes. Storm over Twin Lakes or near Albert Lee, moving northeast at 25. And then south of the border, we saw that radar indicated tornado warning now. That is in effect until 4:45 for a tornadic thunderstorm over Lake Mills, 12 miles northeast of Forest City, moving east at 25. And then farther back in Faribault County, for another 7 minutes, we have a tornado warning for a severe thunderstorm near Frost, and that is moving to the northeast at 40. So that's our warnings right now in our area. Just a reminder, there is a flash flood warning in effect. That covers most of Hennepin County, southern 2/3 of Hennepin County, extreme northeastern Carver County. So the areas up around Chanhassen, you're in the warning. That goes all the way up to Blaine, all the way over to about Stillwater, down to Hudson, back through St. Paul, down through Minneapolis International, and Flying Cloud Airport. That area, you're in a flash flood warning for anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain. Could even be 5 to 6 by the time we're all said and done. Soils are already saturated from the rain we had previously, so that's why that flash flood warning is in effect. That flash flood warning does run for another 3.5 hours, so that will be done at about 7:45, I believe. Yeah, 7:45. It's really interesting trying to do math in military time when you're looking at something. It's 3 hours and 45 minutes, and it's like, oh, it's 16:09. Let's do some funny math. All right, so also kind of keeping an eye on wind directions. I've mentioned it before, but our frontal depictions here, those come out every 3 hours and tend to be a bit delayed when they do come out. So that's why I'm watching this. I'm watching the wind directions because you can sometimes see where the front is moving before it moves. So we have a nice stiff south wind, well, distinctly south wind, with much higher dew points in the low to mid 70s down here in south central Minnesota. If you get up into the Twin Cities, you notice the winds are out of the northeast and north. More to the west out here. So what that tells you is the center of circulation of this low pressure is about right here. Once the warm front goes through, your winds switch south.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been
Blue
issued.
Earth and Le Sueur counties. So now we're getting farther north. Waiting for that one to populate. So that's going to be somewhere up in here.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
We will wait for that to populate in. Maybe it'll populate. We'll see here pretty quick. Come on. All right, there it is. So Freeborn and Steele counties, severe thunderstorm or tornado warning rather, until 4:30. We have a confirmed tornado now near Freeborn Lake. I can talk. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado. Ellendale, Geneva, and Heartland. There's the other warning I was looking for, though. Here we are. Radar indicated tornado warning, and that is now for Blue Earth and Le Sueur counties, northeastern Blue Earth, southeastern Le Sueur. Tornadic thunderstorm, or a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, is located over Madison Lake, or 9 miles east of Mankato, moving northeast at 30. Waterville, Madison Lake, Elysian, Kilkenny, Greenland, Lake Jefferson, and Sakatah Lake State Park are in the path of that storm. All right, so things have gotten quite active all of a sudden here across south central Minnesota. Be interested to see if any of these storms down towards Lakeville, back down here towards Stanton, if any of this can start to rotate as well. The front's very close. There's a definite wind shift that happens. There's some veering as you cross the front. So that is an area I will definitely be keeping in touch with and watching. All right, got some more updates in our warnings here. All right. The southwestern Freeborn County storm has been allowed to expire. The storms have moved out of the area. And then our tornado warning back here in Faribault County, same story. The storm has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. So that will take out 2 of our warnings. So that will take out Faribault County and Freeborn County. Now in northern Freeborn County into south central Steele County, there is still an active tornado warning. We do have a radar indicated tornado warning over here for another 2 minutes, and that'll be over here in Mower County. That's not Mower though. That's, yeah, the other county over here. Oh my gosh. I just forgot what county I'm looking at. It's not Mower, it's Fillmore. All these presidential ones in here, and I get a little confused. All right, so getting a lot of little higgledy-piggledy touchdowns, it looks like. It'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out. So right now, as it stands, I'm going to go north to south here. So we have northeastern Blue Earth, southeastern LeSueur counties, tornado warning for radar indicated rotation until 4:45. That'll be Waterville, Madison Lake, Elysian, Kilkenny, Greenland, Lake Jefferson, and Sakatah Lake State Park. We have an observed tornado warning still in effect for another 15 minutes until 4:30. And that is a confirmed tornado over Freeborn Lake. That was about 15 minutes ago, so we're going to pull it a little bit farther north now. Ellendale, Geneva, and Heartland, the path of that storm. Zoom in here a little closer. That's going to be somewhere in this little mess right here. I don't see anything that screams tornado. I'm not saying there's not one. Yeah. Maybe a bit of rotation right here in southern Steele, far south central Steele County. Definitely have some rotation still in this storm back over Faribault County. Yeah, the rotation down here in south central Freeborn is definitely weakened up. And then looking over here more, this is our storm that's coming in. They've allowed that one to expire as well. Well, that storm has definitely got some rotation in it. That will be one to keep in mind or keep a watch on. That's from the Minneapolis radar though. Let's look from La Crosse. Yeah, that storm looks to be gusting out more than anything. However, farther back, keep an eye on this little spot right here. Yeah, right back here, in extreme southeastern rather, Mower County. That's an area to keep a watch on. So we look at it in reflectivity. Some rotation right there. So that could be another area that'll get warned here soon. Unfortunately, Chanhassen is expiring the warnings, but they're not actually sending them as expired warnings. So we're not getting the updates that we should be getting. All right, so taking the really big picture out of this. For those of you in North and South Dakota, you're kind of wondering, why is Black Sheep live? It's because we have tornadic thunderstorms and tornadoes being observed in south central and southeastern Minnesota down into north central Iowa. Otherwise, you've got some rain down here scattered about. And that's coming into southeastern South Dakota from Nebraska. There's a little bit of shower and thunderstorm activity back in southwestern Minnesota. But otherwise, most of it is concentrated here in southeastern Minnesota. Twin Cities, you are still under a flash flood warning. It is soggy out there. I can tell by looking out the window. It has just been a steady pouring rain most of the afternoon here at Black Sheep. So far northeastern Carver County, the southern 2/3 of Hennepin County, Ramsey County, central Washington County, and far southern Anoka County. Flash flood warning until 7:45.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Just got an update on the Blue Earth and LeSueur County tornado warning. Wait for that one to come in. Should have 409, so we're still waiting for the update to populate. Actually, I think I'm going to switch my radar source for where I'm getting my warnings from in this. So bear with me, I'm going to do a little technical change here. Live and on the air. Wrong spot. There we go. There. Oh, Noah's behind. That's what it is. Okay, let's try COD. Oh, yeah. That helped. All right, 415. There we go. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Madison Lake at 12 miles east of Mankato, moving northeast at 30. Waterville, Madison Lake, Elysian, Kilkenny, Greenland, and Sakatah Lake State Park still in the path of this storm. The storm is not moving all that quickly, but it is definitely moving. And that will clear out of Blue Earth County, be fully in LeSueur County here in just a moment. Our one remaining tornado warning in Minnesota. is this tornado warning still in effect. Issued at 4:01 until 4:30. I'm surprised we have not gotten an update yet from the Weather Service on this, considering it's a confirmed tornado warning. And at 4:01, that was over Freeborn Lake, moving northeast at 35, and that I believe is going to be this part of the cell right here on the county line. It's not terribly clear. It's very muddy, and I'm wondering if we're getting low top convection that's happening, because I'm not seeing distinct rotation in this at all. And there's that area that we were watching down here in far, far, far southeastern Mower County, and that has fizzled. Got very broad rotation here, and that is going to be south and west of Preston, but not tornado warned and shouldn't be at this point. That rotation is far too broad. Here's our rotation. It's got the warning now for LeSueur County. And it's still radar indicated for another 25 minutes. So until 4:45, if you were in southeastern LeSueur County, you're under a tornado warning. That is a radar indicated tornado warning, and that is near Madison Lake, moving northeast at 30. No severe thunderstorm warnings with any of this until you get farther down into Iowa. Quite the little rush there here about 3:45, when all of a sudden there were warnings flying for, seemed like everybody. And of course we have our flash flood warning back up here in the metro. You can see how these storms are kind of linear, but they're still very much independent little storms, which we call those discrete storms. When they start forming lines, you start getting more of a wind damage threat, where you start getting things like BOACUPs, which is going to be a straight line wind event. But when they're discrete, kind of like these storms are back here, excuse me, that's when you start looking at the tornado potential to go up. But as it is, thankfully, we've only had a couple of confirmed tornado reports down here in Freeborn County. Nothing official from, there are no official reports from down here in Fillmore County, nothing up here in Blue Earth and LeSueur County, and again, no reports of anything touching the ground in Faribault County. And that warning that was up here in Freeborn and Steele counties has been allowed to expire. So right now we have one tornado warning on the board, and that is solely our tornado warning up here in LeSueur County. And that rotation is still there. It's very noticeable. And then
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's going to be our poor little storm down here in Wright County, Iowa, much further south. And unfortunately, there we go. I just can't quite. There we go. Tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning. Winds to 60 miles an hour and hail to just shy of an inch. So Clarion, Elm Lake, Goldfield, Eagle Grove Municipal Airport, and Clarion Municipal Airport are in the path of that storm. And if you look at some of these temperatures and dew points, you know why these storms are blowing up down here. 84 degrees and 100% humidity? Yeah, that's disgusting. 88 degrees, 81 dew point. 75 degrees. They had a shower go through or something. That's why they're a little cooler here. Hampton. And then 87, 71. These dew points are in the mid to upper 70s, in some cases even into the low 80s. And that will just fuel this thunderstorm activity over Iowa.
New information. This tornado warning has been
update on the
updated.
LeSueur County tornado warning. And that is still in effect until 4:45. That storm capable of producing a tornado with tornadic rotation indicated is near Elysian or 15 miles northeast of Mankato, moving northeast at 30. Again, still, Waterville, Elysian, Kilkenny, Greenland, and Sockataw Lake State Park are the path of this storm. If you're wondering why I keep saying, we get updates and we keep saying the same cities, it's because these storms are only moving at about 30 miles an hour. So they're not moving terribly quickly. And there we go. Clicked on the wrong thing, and all of a sudden I was getting my drawer for paths and storms in the path of the towns in the path of the storm paths. And so all of a sudden, okay. Now, if you're looking up here, the Twin Cities, you're seeing all this rain that just keeps developing. A line of heavy rain about to move into Washington County. That's going to be from Osseo all the way down to Cottage Grove, just all of Washington County. That will eventually move into Pierce, Polk, and St. Croix counties in Wisconsin. You can see this other limb of rain runs from about Osceola back down here, all the way down to Eau Claire, and it really extends all the way out, all beyond the radar towards Medford, Wisconsin. Switch over to Green Bay, you can see it a little better, but not much. And La Crosse shows it the best. But these areas from southwestern Minnesota right through northwestern Wisconsin, especially here in the Twin Cities and farther south and east, all the way up that whole area, flash flood watches and excessive rainfall outlooks have been posted for days now with this. And we now have a special weather statement for that storm down here by Preston. Movement east at 40. Strong thunderstorms occasionally producing funnels from Lanesboro to near Lime Springs in Iowa, moving east at 40. Brief tornadoes are possible with wind gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Preston and Lanesboro, you're in the path of this tornado warning about now. Harmony at 4:30, Canton at 4:35, Rushford at 4:40, and Mabel at 4:50. So we've got the special weather statement on this. It could produce a funnel at any time, or a couple of spots in this that actually look like they could. One right here, just west of Preston, and then one kind of due north of Preston. With all of that being contained in Fillmore County. So we're looking at velocities. Let's take a look up here at our storm in LeSueur County. Very broad weak rotation here. Another area of weaker rotation down here in southwestern Rice County. Otherwise, nothing looks too crazy in the area. You know, the storm down here in Iowa, way down in Iowa, that's looking like it could actually collectively get its stuff together and start to spin. Yeah, Minneapolis is showing more rotation here, but again, that's looking farther up in the storm. La Crosse shows a little bit. But otherwise, that is our one tornado warning and our one special weather statement. I have another special weather statement over here. That is for Dane County, I believe. Yeah, it's northwestern Dane. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a landspout near Black Earth or near Mount Horeb, moving northeast at 20. Landspouts and wind gusts to 50 mile an hour. Madison, Middleton, Wenatchee, Cross Plains, Mazomanie, Shorewood Hills, Black Earth, Maple Bluff, Dane, Blue Mounds, Pine Bluff, and Marksville. Pretty much that whole area there, the metro of Madison, in that tornado and that special weather statement for landspout possible. And 50 mile an hour wind gusts. I'm very curious why that's being considered landspouts. That's a fairly specific term, so I'm surprised that they're using it. Bear with me here. I want to look up and see if there's a specific reason why they're calling it that. Okay.
A new observed tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, just when you thought it was safe to go in the water, this storm right here. But this area of rotation right here, that has now gotten a confirmed tornado warning on the ground. Confirmed tornado over Heartland, 13 miles northwest of Albert Lea, moving northeast at 30. Ellendale, Geneva, Heartland, and Steel Center, you're in the path of this storm. Again, that same area. Yeah, this little pocket down here in southwestern Fillmore County, very, very broad rotation by Preston. Just a little bit northeast of Preston, another weak spot of rotation. There is some very weak rotation in this storm. I'm kind of questioning the amount of reports that have come out of Freeborn County today. I really am. Because that's a lot of storm reports for one county of confirmed storms, but there's nothing really positive on radar that says, yep, that's tornadoes. It doesn't scream, but oh, okay, got it. Got it. Okay. I had to look up land spots. I was just very curious about that. So this warning down here in Dane County, or the special weather statement, Dane County, Wisconsin, for Madison area, specifically calling out land spouts. Those are storms. Circulation starts from the bottom and works up to the cloud, not down from the cloud. So
a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
We now have a radar indicated tornado warning for Freeborn and Faribault counties. That is 6 miles southeast of Wells, or 16 miles west of Albert Lea, moving northeast at 30. And so Wells, Alden, Freeborn, Brush Creek, Walters, and Baroda, you are all in the path of this tornado warning. If you're in one of these polygons, even if I say there's not a lot of rotation, nothing that stands out, respect the polygon. Take shelter, get to your safe place, make sure you're wearing shoes, make sure you have a helmet or some sort of head protection if you can. And I say that because if you're trying to get out of a severe thunderstorm or out of storm damage, you're going to have a heck of a time if you're barefoot, because you don't want to be crawling over all of the debris and nails and wood and everything else that's out there barefoot, because that will hurt. That will hurt a lot. And so, take a bit of a quick breather here. Kind of get a bigger look over the grand scheme of things. Just turn the radar off. It's not what I wanted to do. There we go.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
All right. And we have update somewhere. I believe it's going to be our little cell down here in Iowa. I'll admit I did not. I was looking at something else and did not see it. I heard it, but I didn't see it right away. So let's see. Okay, so we did get some. Okay, we got warning updates. That's what it is. So until 5 o'clock, we still have a tornado warning, radar indicated. And that's going to be for Faribault and Freeborn County. We still have a tornado warning for radar indicated rotation until 4:45 for LeSueur County. And that is our two bigger updates right now. And specifically, there we go. I had to get them to pull up. All right, so the update.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
For Rice County, okay. Now that's this cell. This I can definitely see being warned. That rotation's, yeah, right here. That one I agree with. So that's going to go just south of Faribault. But southeastern and south central Rice County, you are in a tornado warning now for this rotation right here. That is actually not the weakest rotation we've seen today. Another little pocket back here in LeSueur County. Weak little rotation right here, and another area of weak rotation here. And this area down here towards Fillmore County, that rotation we were looking at earlier is broadened out. Same thing with the rotation over Preston, and the area northeast of Preston is pretty much fizzled at this point. So I'm going to switch views here. See if we can get a little better view of these rotations. So here's our rotation in south central Blue Earth County. Here's that rotation. Quite obvious now, looking at this a different way, southwest of Faribault. Here's the rotation in northwestern Freeborn County. And the rotation here in Faribault County, I'm not seeing it. It seems to have, it would be right here, but there's really nothing left of it. So Rice County, let's take a look at that warning in detail. Capable of producing a tornado over Warsaw, 7 miles southwest of Faribault, moving east at 25. So Faribault, Morristown, Warsaw, Nerstrand, Ruskin, and Nerstrand Bigwood State Park, you're in the path of this tornado warning. If you are outdoors and watching this or hearing this, you need to be taking shelter immediately inside a sturdy building or somewhere inside. You want to make sure you have your shoes on, make sure you have head protection if you can, even if it's just putting a backpack over your head. You want to try to protect yourself as best you can from head damage. A broken arm is easy to fix, a broken head is not. If you're indoors, lowest level, you want to make sure you have as many walls between you and the outside. If you don't have a basement, if you have a basement, obviously go to it. And that rotation is actually starting to look pretty well formed here. It's not as impressive on the high-res velocity data, but if you look at the storm rotation velocity, you see it more here. That rotation here, and far southern Blue Earth County, broad but there. Somewhat tighter rotation, but still fairly broad. Northwestern Faribault County, or Freeborn County rather. And this warning in Faribault County, I will not be surprised when it's allowed to expire here, or they expire it early. 16 miles west of Albert Lea, moving northeast at 35. So I'm not sure where the rotation is in this. I'm actually going to cheat and use lacrosse. It's marginally closer. Yeah, it would be right here if it was still around. Maybe right in there. It's very broad, whatever it is. Here's that area of rotation on the county line. That is in far southern Waseca County, about to move into Steele County. Faribault County, kind of see it here a little bit. And the Blue Earth County storm is just too far from the radar. There we are. So here's the rotation starting to tighten up in southern Rice County. The rotation over here in Blue Earth County is starting to tighten up a bit as well. It's still broad, but it's definitely more pronounced than it was a few minutes ago. Same thing can be said about northwestern Freeborn County. It's broad rotation, but it's definitely a rotating storm. Very broad rotation here in this cell, straddling the Freeborn and Faribault County lines. And that is our 4 warnings at the moment. Still have the brief tornado possible and wind gust to 30. And that's going to be across a good chunk of Fillmore County. And it is now 4:37, so we're looking at Rushford here in the next couple of minutes, and then Mabel in about 23 minutes at 4:50. Still have our flash flood warning and flood warning in effect for the metro. There's actually 2 different warnings. There's a flood warning for almost the entire metro, and then this narrower area here from down around Chaska, Chanhassen, far northeastern Carver County, up through most of the southern part of Hennepin County. Pretty much if you're north of Champlin, if you're north of Brooklyn Park, back down, getting pretty much down to the Carver County, Wright County, Hennepin County point of where the counties come together. North of that in Hennepin County, you're not in the flash flood warning. If you're south of a line from Eden Prairie to the airport, MSP, you are not in the warning. All but extreme southeastern Ramsey County is in it. The Panhandle, for lack of a better word, of Anoka County, Hilltop Fridley, and along County Road 96, you're in that warning. Central Washington County, you're in that flash flood warning as well. Still have a lot of heavy rain over Ramsey and Washington County, especially Washington County. Right now along the St. Croix River, there is a band of extremely heavy rain, and that is running from Stillwater down almost past Hastings. And then that from there, it splits up a little bit and then becomes more of a line of thunderstorms. But one thing I have noticed with this, there's no cloud to ground lightning being reported anywhere in Minnesota. Well, there's a little bit down here by Preston. But otherwise, these storms are not producing a lot of lightning. Which normally in a tornadic thunderstorm, you start seeing a lot of lightning. Especially if you start seeing the lightning rapidly increase, that's a very good sign you've got a tornadic circulation starting to develop. It indicates an extremely strong updraft. But it is 4:40 now. It is a Wednesday afternoon. A wild weather Wednesday at that.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
And that is our Freeborn County warning. I'm curious which one it is because there's two. There it is. And that would be that part of Faribault County that got dropped. Still have a rotation and a severe thunderstorm over Alden. And that warning is in effect for another 20 minutes here until 5 o'clock. Alden and Freeborn in the path of the storm. And that storm is showing rotation. And that would be this storm right in here. This little area down here. That's moving northeast. Unfortunately, this is kind of a radar hole. It's really hard to see surface level rotation. The cell up here in northwestern in Freeborn County, that's one to watch a lot more closely. There we go. There's storm relative, shows that as well. That warning for Blue Earth County was allowed to expire. That rotation is very broad. And the rotation up here, south and southeast of, or southwest of Faribault, that rotation's broad, but it's still there.
New information.
And that is
this tornado warning has been
updated
updated.
For Rice County here. Wait for that to blink and tell me it's updated. As of 4:40, there it is. Tornado warning remains until 5 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Faribault, moving east at 25. Faribault, Nerstrand, Ruskin, and Norstrand Bigwood State Park. You are in the path of this storm. So,
new information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Freeborn, Steele, and Waseca counties. This is now a confirmed tornado warning. That is this rotation right here. The one that I said was suspicious. It is now observed. Now, there's a weather spotter confirmed tornado near Ellendale, 15 miles north of Albert Lea, moving northeast at 30. Ellendale, Geneva, Heartland, Steele Center. You are in the path of this storm. This is a confirmed tornado. Make sure you are taking your tornado precautions now. If you have a basement, get into it. If you're outdoors, you want to make sure you get indoors. If you don't have a basement, get into a small interior room like a closet or a bathroom. You want as many walls as you can get between you and the outside. No matter what you're doing, make sure you've got shoes on, head protection if you've got it, and make sure you're situationally aware. These storms are popping tornadoes pretty quick with little warning. You see a bit of a rotation, and all of a sudden there's a warning on it before a couple of scans go by. So I mean, it's a quick rotation. And this one is definitely looking more intense than it was even a couple of scans ago. Yeah, that storm's definitely got some rotation to it. It's going to be really hard to see any damage. We have a product we call the correlation coefficient, or CC. And I think I may just put my foot in my mouth. Fortunately, I did. I just put my foot in my mouth. I'm going to jump to the last frame right here. This little area of yellow and green and orange right here, this is the beginning of a CC drop. So that is definitely a tornado producing damage and lofting debris into the atmosphere. I'm not looking for how high it's going in the atmosphere. I just want to see if it is. And that is not what I wanted to see. That is a CC drop forming. Oh yeah, that's a pronounced CC drop. That is an active tornado on the ground doing damage. So this warning for Freeborn, Steele, and Waseca counties. If you're in north central Freeborn, southwestern Steele, or southeastern Waseca counties, you need to be seeking shelter now. There is a large damaging tornado on the ground, lofting debris into the air, and that warning is in effect until 5 o'clock. Ellendale, Geneva, Heartland, and Steele Center, you are in the path of this storm. So if you are in this area right in here, I'm going to drag and do my own little spot check. Oh, yeah. I am not liking this rotation at all. All right, Bath, you've got about 5 minutes to be seeking shelter. Ellendale, about 15. River Point, you've got a half an hour, so about 5:15. If it makes it that far, Summit, that'll be about 5:15. Little Meisel, same thing. And Union in about 35 minutes, or just about 20 after 5. But that storm is definitely producing a tornado. There is a definite correlation coefficient drop here. So there is definitely a rotation producing damage on the ground in northwestern, north central Freeborn County. Wish I had better news to report. Our rotation up here in Rice County is still there. That would be the area right here. It's still broad. I mean, it is rotating. Obviously, we're going to have a tornado warning on it for the radar indicated rotation. But right now, our big watch is going to be this storm that is down here in north central Freeborn County. That would be this area right in here. Hoping in the next scan that CC drop starts to fade, but I'm not thinking it's going to. Yeah, that's a distinct CC drop right there. It's actually getting stronger. So we're looking at about right here. Got that blue polygon up there. You can kind of see where that follows that center line. You get, and there's the latest update. Yeah, that's definitely intensifying. That debris signature is getting bigger. All right. Not what I wanted to be seeing right now. Not at all. I mean, I like tornadoes, don't get me wrong. I think they're fun, but it's also one of those where you don't want to see it at the same time. So what I'm going to do here Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to.
New information. This tornado
All right, we
warning
now
has
have an
been
update
updated.
on that confirmed tornado warning for Freeborn, Steele, and Waseca counties. Should be this one. Damaging tornado near Ellendale. That is 446. Ellendale and Steele Center. You're in the path of this storm. Confirmed tornado over Ellendale. Damaging tornado. Weather spotters are confirming it. So there are spotters on this storm. And you see that damage cloud, that CC drop just does not clear. So it may not be easy to see in the radar signature, but that storm is definitely producing a tornado, and it is definitely producing damage. Our other tornado warning is back in west central Freeborn County. That is near Alden. That is in effect until 5 o'clock for Alden and Freeborn. That is radar indicated. And then we still have our radar indicated tornado warning for another 15 minutes up here in Rice County. That was near Faribault, moving east at 25. And Faribault, Nerstrand, Ruskin, Nerstrand Bigwood State Park are in the path of that particular radar indicated tornado warning. There we go. Sorry. Didn't see my state line. I got a little confused. I thought they had dropped the warning down here in Rice and Freeborn counties. I was about to flip. Okay. So we will continue waiting to see an update come through here. Hoping there will be one soon. Because to me, we should have already had one. But they also did just issue an update 2 minutes ago. But I'm one of those people, I like updates faster than that. Fortunately, I don't have any contracts or setups yet to be able to pull in chase feeds. Otherwise, I would. But right now, yeah. Still watching this little pocket of rotation right here to the south and east of Faribault. And then obviously watching this storm. Now, as of 4:44, so about 5 minutes ago, law enforcement reports tornado southwest of Ellendale moving northeast. So yeah, that looks like Ellendale took a direct hit from that tornado. I'll have to wait and see what the damage looks like. Hopefully it's minor or it missed town, even though it was very close to tracking over it. So we will have to wait and see. May switch products here real quick and switch radar programs. So actually, I'm gonna look at this a slightly different way. If I have it installed, I do. Yeah, that. I apologize for those of you hearing. There we go. Forgot when I fire up the storm, if there's warnings in effect, it will very hopefully decide to make them very, very loud. And that's what it did. So let me grab this real quick. A quick grab. I'm losing my mind. Bear with me for just a second. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. There we go. That's going to look very different than what you guys have seen previously, and I apologize, but there's a reason I'm pulling this up. I can see a lot more cities and roads this way. So here's our rotation. Switch over to velocity data. And this is dark, I apologize. But right here's that rotation in Faribault. Here's that rotation. Just a bit north of Clarks Grove. And this warning back here towards Alden and Freeborn, that is now canceled. So we're going to scratch that warning entirely. Let's try this a different way. Okay. Bear with me here. I'm just trying to... Okay. I'm losing my mind. I apologize. So here's our CC drop still. And this is a little behind because it's still showing it back here towards but west of Ellendale. What is this scanned from? Doesn't say. Okay. Now put this in motion. Okay. So we have an update. As of 4:51, so we have another update here. Confirmed tornado over Ellendale. Ellendale and Steel Center. Moving to the northeast at 30. And it's still reported as a damaging tornado on the ground. I'm going to zoom out a bit here.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
This storm we're looking at right here over Ellendale. And if you notice, that big blue kind of fades out and then it starts coming back again.
New information.
Yeah.
This tornado warning has been updated.
We have an update on the Rice County storm as well. That remains in effect till 5 o'clock. So about another 7 minutes on that. So that's near Faribault, moving east at 25. Again, Faribault, Nerstrand, Ruskin, and Nordstrom Bigwood State Park. So that same general area. It just keeps shrinking out there. So I'm going to scoot this forward. I'm looping over way too big of a time frame there. There we go. Let's try that. Now I'm looping over the last 15 minutes. It'll make it a lot easier to see things. So looking at our reflectivity, it's a little fast. That's better. All right. Well, take a look from the La Crosse radar site. So right now we only have 2 tornado warnings on the board. That is our observed tornado warning down here by Ellendale, which is this storm right here. And that storm has been observed. It is confirmed. We do have a rotation indicated tornado warning up here to the southeast of Faribault. And that just got updated as well. Excuse me. And yeah, Faribault, Nerstrand, Ruskin, and Nerstrand Bigwood State Park until 5 o'clock. So you got about another 5 minutes on that warning. And so right now the only warning we have in the area...
New information. This flash flood warning has been updated.
In our area is the observed tornado warning down here in Ellendale, 15 miles south of Owatonna. That's moving to the northeast. And that's it. That is all that is affecting our area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch back over to our other radar source, which I much prefer. All right, there we go. There's the view everybody's kind of gotten used to here. So we do still have our special weather statements out here from La Crosse, and that's running from here, Preston, back down across the Iowa border. And those are for strong thunderstorms capable of producing brief spin-up tornadoes and winds to 50.
A new radar indicated
Steele
tornado
County.
warning has been
So
issued.
this storm. So this was our observed warning. It is now a radar indicated storm for the next 35 minutes for southeastern Steele County. And so no longer reporting an active tornado on the ground near Ellendale. The storm is still moving east at 25. So now Blooming Prairie, Ellendale, Steele Center, and Bixby in the path of this storm. You notice the storm is starting to move a bit more to the east as opposed to the northeast. So we have 2 active tornado warnings. Still have our radar indicated tornado for another couple of minutes. Not sure if they'll let this one go because there are signs of rotation still within this cell, but it's not strong rotation. It's right here. Given the way the storms have been today, my guess is they will reissue this and extend it into Goodhue County. At least, if you ask me, that's what they should do. Because with that rotation still present, this thing's moving at 30 miles an hour this way. Ruskin in 3 minutes, Nerstrand in 15, Kenyon in 20, Westito in 38, and it makes all the way over to Wanamingo in 40, Zambroda in 51. So I mean, it's going to reach quite a ways. I mean, it's a low population area, but it's still populated. And you also have the very busy US 52 corridor out here as well. And given they expanded this warning, which they absolutely should have, that storm has been actively tornadic off and on now for a good 45 minutes. But as it stands, that's our 2 tornado warnings. No severe thunderstorm warnings otherwise, which is the interesting thing as well, I think. And then we still have our flash flood warning for the Twin Cities. Twin Cities starting to clear out some. Hennepin County, you are now out of the flash flood, or out of the rain. I should not say out of the flash flood, out of the rain.
A new observed tornado
And
warning
Goodhue and
has been
Rice
issued.
counties, we now have a confirmed tornado warning. That would be this storm. What the? Okay. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 6 miles east of Faribault, moving east at 20. I was a little perplexed when I said capable of, but then I saw the source was weather spotters reporting a funnel cloud. That's as good as a tornado warning to me. If there's a funnel cloud, you treat it as a tornado warning. So Kenyon, Nerstrand, Big Woods, Nerstrand State Park, and Ruskin, you're in the path of this tornadic storm. And that is that area we were just looking at east of Faribault. And right now, that is our 2 tornado warnings. As I was saying, for the metro, Hennepin County, Carver County, and most of Dakota County, you are out of the flooding rain, or the heavy rain. Ramsey, Northern Washington, and then Pierce, Polk, and St. Croix counties in Wisconsin, you're still getting poured on. There's still just a ton of rain coming out of this system. So Pierce, Polk, and St. Croix, I'm going to watch out for standing water, especially in places where the drainage isn't the greatest. You may wind up some standing water. Not necessarily a flash flood, but just flooding from water that can't drain fast enough, given all the rain we've previously had. I'll pop this back into motion. Yeah, as I look at this storm, looking at both of the storms that we have, please in velocity mode.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
All right, this is our Steele County warning. And that was updated here at the top of the hour, right at 5 o'clock. Near Geneva, moving east at 25. I have a radar-indicated storm capable of producing a tornado. Blooming Prairie, Steel Center, and Bixby are in the path of this. And that would be this storm right here. Not a strong rotational signature with it, but this storm has been producing tornadoes off and on for the last hour or so. Still a little bit of debris lofted in it from that storm. It went over Ellendale. But right now our concern is this severe thunderstorm, or the tornado warning rather, up here in Rice County and Goodhue County. That is a confirmed tornado. Well, funnel cloud. Nerstrand, Kenyon, Nerstrand Big Woods State Park, and Ruskin. You're in the path of this storm. So you want to be taking your shelter plans into action now. You want to make sure if you're outdoors, especially if you're in Nerstrand Big Woods, you want to make sure you're getting indoors and into a place of shelter. If not, boy, I would say the lowest area you can find, but that's also going to be a flooding risk. Kind of a no good way out of that one. If you're outdoors, though, try to get to shelter as fast as you can. If you can't, try to make yourself as low to the ground as possible. So crouch down, cover your head. Make sure you keep your shoes on. If you have a helmet, if you're like mountain biking or biking or something like that, or you have been, you've got your helmets, put them back on. That will help protect your head. If you're outdoors, indoors obviously. If you're indoors, you don't have a basement, you want to get into an interior closet or a bathroom, you want as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Again, shoes on, wear your helmet. If you're indoors and you have a basement, go down in your basement. Again, shoes and helmet. Nothing. Yes, you have a basement. It doesn't mean that the house can't be severely damaged and part of the joist collapse or debris get pushed through the floor. So you want to make sure you're protecting your head. As I always say, a broken arm is easier to fix than a broken head. And so that is a confirmed or an observed tornado warning for a funnel cloud. And if it's a funnel cloud, it's strong enough to become a tornado. So that's where we stand on that. Otherwise, it's not quiet, but there we go. I don't know what just happened there, but My face is disappearing and my mustache is becoming a radar bleb. Festive. Alright. I'm going to pull up. See if I can pull this up and not make an absolute mess of everything. Hydro. There we go. Okay. We'll go that way. So here in the not filled in green, so from roughly Chanhassen up to Champlin, far southern Anoka County, over not quite to St. Paul, down to Cottage Grove, or sorry, to Lake Elmo. So Oakdale, right along 694, down towards Cottage Grove, back across northern Dakota County, extreme northern Scott County. That is where our flood advisory is in effect, or flood warning, I should say, is in effect. And that was just updated here a little bit ago until 7 o'clock. I already seen 1 to 2 inches of rain. Another 1 to 3 inches are likely, which at this point it started to move out for now. However, this next little low pressure center back here in South Dakota is going to move right up along this mess and is going to produce more rain later. So we are not out of the woods. We may be out of the flash flood potential here shortly, at least in terms of more rain coming down and making it worse. But there's more to come. As you can see, they just issued a whole new flood warning out here until 10:30 a.m. Thursday. And that is going to cover Traverse County and yeah, it's Traverse, I think. Yeah, it's Traverse. I always forget which one. Oh, it's Big Stone. Never mind. Traverse and Big Stone counties are kind of an anathema to me because they are the only 2 counties in Minnesota covered by Aberdeen. So I sometimes forget that they exist. Out here, and of course I clicked too close to that. There we go. We have a flood watch that is in effect, and that's going to run all the way through Thursday morning. And that's going to cover, looks like pretty much everywhere that Chanhassen has a warning authority for. So they're almost north and east of the Minnesota River, Alexandria, St. Cloud, all the way over here to Siren, all the way out to Eau Claire, and down, probably covering all the way down to the bottom of the warning area. Unfortunately, with the tornado watch takes priority, so it's going to cover up that the flood watch. And then, of course, we have our flash flood warning here in the metro. And that was just updated here about 15 minutes ago. Between 2 and 3.5 inches of rain have fallen across the metro. Another ½ inch is possible. And so that warning is in effect until 7 o'clock. But zooming in, take a look at our tornado warnings. 4:58, so it updated about 10 minutes ago. 6 miles east of Faribault, moving east at 20. So this storm is not moving terribly quickly. There are a couple of different spots there that could be the rotation, so I'm going to look. Yeah, it's going to be this rotation right here. That's what I thought it was. So it's this little pocket right here that has the warning on it. That is where our warning is. It's for this rotation right here. Our storm down here in Steele County
A new flash flood warning
until
has been issued.
5:30. That's for a storm near Geneva moving east at 25. That was radar indicated rotation for Blooming Prairie, Steel Center, and Bixby. That storm does not look as intense as it was 20-30 minutes ago. That rotation has broadened out immensely.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Hey, it's our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. Yeah, I was gonna say I was looking at this little rotation back here, right where the mouse is. It's broad right now, but knowing the day. And that severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag on it. That's for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That is near Waseca, or 10 miles west of Owatonna. Moving east at 25. So Owatonna, Waseca, Medford, Lemont, Clinton Falls, Merchant, Moreland, and Rice Lake State Park are in the path of this severe thunderstorm. And I wish I could say this was the end of it. This is the end of round 1. Round 2 is back here and will come up. And there's also a round 3 back up here. It's a busy day, weather-wise. So, and oh, thank heavens, our tornado warning down here in southern Rice County, Steele County. This area has been allowed to expire. All right. So we're left with one tornado warning again, and that is for this storm up here by Faribault. That's just about to move into Goodhue County. So Kenyon and Ruskin still in the path of this storm. Nurster and Big Woods, you are in the thick of it, but you'll be out of it here shortly. Oh, I'm just going to have the watches on. Why am I getting all this? If I take the radar off, there we go. Start to get more of an idea of where watches, warnings, and advisories are. And I am going to trim up some of this because it's getting a little crowded. So I'm going to take the flood watches and flood warnings off.
A new observed tornado
Dodge and
warning
Olmsted
has been
counties.
issued.
Hey, it's that same storm. And that's a law enforcement confirmed tornado near Dodge Center, moving east at 35. So that's northwestern Olmsted and central Dodge counties. Dodgeville, Mancherville, and Kisan around 5:15, and Byron around 5:20. And if it continues on that same path, that will move just a little bit north of Rochester. Grab that. This section right here is what they're warning for. Not what I wanted. Wrong tool. That tool. There. I believe that one was 30. $35. It's always good to look. All right. So Vlacity, 14 minutes. Kisan, 25. Mancherville, 27. Byron, 33. Genoa in 40. And if the storm holds together and continues on its current trajectory, Rochester at about 45 minutes. Orinoco in 48. And reaching towards Iota in about an hour. Elgin in about an hour and 10 minutes. Millville in about an hour and 10 minutes as well. So right now, looks like it will mostly miss Rochester. If it does bend a little bit to the right, Rochester itself could be in the line of this storm. We'll look for an update on our storm up here. No. Okay. You can definitely see where the front is and isn't. So this is Wilmer. Looking at it, 800-foot ceiling, so clouds at 800 feet. Temperature is only 64, dew point 62. 76 and Rochester 77. Over here in Dodge Center with a dew point of 73. That's kind of the rule here across southeastern Minnesota. The south of this warm front, the dew points are in the 70s. So it is absolutely juicy out there. And so right now we're just going to wait for updates on these 2 tornado warnings. Our severe thunderstorm warning as well. Looking to see, yeah, it has not moved through there yet. Excuse me, but Waseca on the other hand, that's Owatonna, okay. They haven't issued a special like I thought they would. Waseca, yeah, they only dropped to 5-mile visibility and light rain. Okay. All right, Twin Cities. That heavy rain band that was along the St. Croix has now moved well into Wisconsin. And that is extending from about Roberts, and that's going to go all the way down, just coming into the Red Wing area. And that does extend a little bit further south, about halfway into Goodhue County, where it intercepts the warm front. That is just one big band of heavy rain. That extends really kind of all the way up here, almost getting up towards Siren in Cumberland, east of Osceola. So, Twin Cities Metro, there's some light rain still falling from Chisago County down through Washington County. Still some left in Dakota County and Goodhue County, but for the most part, the core of the Twin Cities Metro is out of this. Oh, that's not Goodhue, that's Dakota County, sorry. And then back into Scott County. Carver, Hennepin, and Anoka, anything north and west, you're pretty much dry. It's still cloudy. You're still going to see some scattered rain and storms. There's going to be more coming in later today into the overnight, but for now, we're in a break. Looking from Red Wing south and east towards the Black River Falls area, that kind of that line is the northern extent of that tornado watch that's in effect. Those storms could intensify a bit, but they're moving mostly to the east. I think it's going to skim the tornado watch, and it's just going to be a band of heavy rain producing. Most of the heaviest rain is now into northern Wisconsin and northwestern Wisconsin. And then we have our thunderstorms and tornadoes that are happening south of the warm front, which looking, boy, the front has just not quite gotten through Lakeville. There's a wind shift coming through as well. I see that now. Behind the low. So there's this little stationary front is really not that stationary, but so you see all the south winds here in northeastern Iowa, southwestern Wisconsin, just pumping that moisture up into the system. But then once you get down here, once you get west of this kind of this area right here, as the winds rapidly shift to the west, or to the west and northwest, some southwest too, and a little bit here. I think that may be precip contaminated. Yeah, there's some precip there. That's what's happening. But once that area goes through, get into a very cooler air mass back up here. It's still not exactly dry. Dew points are up at around 60 degrees. A little bit cooler and drier once you get up into north central and northeastern Minnesota, but that's the influence of the great air conditioner up north called Lake Superior. So you can see Cloquet dew point, or Moose Lake 52 dew point. But that hot, juicy air is not that far to the south of the metro. All right, so we have lost one of our tornado warnings. That is the tornado warning that was up here in Goodhue County. That has now been allowed to expire. We still have our observed tornado warning for Olmsted and Dodge County. I still have a confirmed tornado that was updated about 7 minutes ago. And that is for a tornado that was located over Dodge Center, moving east at 35 a few minutes ago. So right about now, Dodgeville, Mantorville, and Casson, you are just now getting out of it. And Byron, you're about to get into it. You've got about 2 minutes before that storm is on top of you. All right. So thunderstorm warning still in effect for a tornado possible tag on it. Then it's 7 miles west of Owatonna, moving east at 25 with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Owatonna, Medford, Lamond, Clinton Falls, Merton,
A new severe
Moreland,
thunderstorm warning has
Owatonna
been
Airport,
issued.
and Rice Lake State Park are in the path of that one. And Fillmore and Houston counties just got themselves a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for this cell, I'm assuming. Yep, that's exactly it. 60-mile-an-hour winds and small hail, the wind being the primary threat there. Houston about 5:30, so about 10 minutes in Houston, Minnesota. Otherwise, we're looking at Beaver Creek Valley State Park, Brattsburg, Highway 44 and Sondland Road, Choice, Perkins, Mount Prairie, and Yucatan. And I have gone camping and hiking in this area before. It's rather hilly and also prone to flash flooding. So with that being a severe thunderstorm, heavy rain is also a possibility. All right. My color subtraction is getting a little eager, as I can tell, because, this part still isn't quite there. If you look, I can see I don't know what's going on there. I actually have a pretty good idea, so do a quick change here. Wow. I have to leave it up like that. Okay. Yeah, it just is being a pain. Okay. Let's try that. That's a little better. I'm not blue anymore, so that's a good sign. All right. Still 2 warnings in effect. Still have the flash flood warning across the metro. Otherwise, it's quieting down somewhat, which I'm not complaining about. Not at all. Do have our severe thunderstorm warning. It was just issued down here for Houston and Fillmore counties. And beyond that, you got to go all the way down into northwestern Illinois and far eastern Iowa to get into any more severe thunderstorm warnings, or back way south at west into Nebraska. Now, one thing to note, you see this little tiny streak right here in South Dakota and western central Minnesota. That continues up and really kind of becomes a part of this. What you're seeing is different little boundaries and different little troughs, little pieces of energy swinging through. And you can see there's a lot of that back there behind. It's going to be coming up with this. And that's why we're worried about the state of flash flooding and flooding over the next several days. Got about 3 days here of heavy rainfall possible and flooding. Get a day break on day 4, so Saturday looks to be okay, and then we turn around and do a couple more days with severe weather again possible Sunday into Monday. And I would show you what else is going on around our area, but you're looking at it. There's nothing in the eastern half of North Dakota. North of
New
US 8,
information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Minnesota. So our warning now for Olmsted and Dodge counties has been marked down to a radar indicated tornado warning, which means they're no longer observing an actual tornado on the ground, which is good. Duluth, you've got rain and showers. That extends all the way up to International Falls. And those showers really do go back, almost back to Baudette. Kind of along that US 71 corridor in west. There are some scattered showers and thunderstorms in western, north central, and northeastern Minnesota. It's once you get south of this trough line that runs from the Bayfield Peninsula back down, kind of along the St. Croix River boundary there with Minnesota, where it curves, it first starts kicking in. So Solon Springs back down here towards Rush City, back down to this low pressure center that's really located kind of around the St. Peter area. Once you get south and west of that, or south and east of that line, you start getting into the heavier rain. You start getting into the storms once you get south of this warm front. The warm front really is the delineation point between who's getting severe weather and who's getting nothing and just heavy rain. Which right now I don't think that warm front's going to make it to the metro. It hasn't managed to get to Laverne or to Lakeville yet, so I don't think it's going to make it all the way. Let's just sincerely hope not. Because we do not need any more rain in the metro. Yeah, 73 degrees, 73 dew point. So 100% humidity in Lakeville. So they're not in it, but they're close. Stanton, on the other hand, winds have gone southwesterly. Same thing with Faribault. So that makes me wonder if we're not seeing... Yeah, we're seeing the rotation here. The big, broad rotation of the low pressure center, sorry. So you can see the winds here northwest, or northeast rather. Northeast, northeast swing, northwest.
A new observed tornado warning has been
All right.
issued.
That's change of pace, and now we have a tornado warning down here. And that is a confirmed tornado warning for Houston and Fillmore counties. Tornado producing storm with a damaging tornado 9 miles northwest of Spring Grove or 12 miles west of Caledonia, moving east at 15. So this storm is certainly not moving quickly. So mainly rural areas of northwestern Houston and east central Fillmore counties, including Sheldon, Yucatan, and the intersection of County Roads 15 and 4. And this is a very rural farming area. Looking at our storm up here, then
A new radar indicated tornado
Dodge and
warning has been
Olmsted
issued.
counties, I would not be surprised to see that warning allowed to expire. And our storm here that's been producing tornadoes off and on, that was over by Faribault, has now moved into Goodhue County. I didn't know has a radar indicated tornado warning. That is for southwestern Goodhue County. This storm is near Kenyon, or 60 miles southeast of Northfield, moving east at 30. Zumbrota, Wanamingo, Hayter, and Bombay are in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm. And the area in question is right here. This little circulation, this little notch. Excuse me, and if I go into rotation, you can see it right here. And given the tightness of that rotation, that is why there's this severe thunderstorm warning on it. The rotation here as well, and that is in our severe thunderstorm warning. It does have a tornado possible tag, and that is the one for Steele County. Very broad rotation southeast of Owatonna. And then we have our tornado warning storm down here by La Crosse. And that is definitely rotation. There's no doubt in my mind. Oh yeah. And unfortunately, we do have a correlation coefficient drop. And there it is right there. So you can see it. Boom. Yep, so we have another damaging tornado on the ground. This time we are looking towards the area around Houston County, Minnesota. That has quickly moved into Houston County. Fillmore County, you are out. You're clear at this point.
New information. This
And we have
severe
an update on our severe
thunderstorm warning has
in
been
Steele
updated.
County. That has been trimmed down quite a bit as I expected. Now moving, that's now over Owatonna, moving east at 25 with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Owatonna, Merton, Moland, and Rice Lake State Park, the path of that severe thunderstorm. We still have our radar indicated tornado warning in Goodhue County for southwestern Goodhue. And that storm was located near Kenyon, or 16 miles southeast of Northfield. That was moving east at 30. And that is it for warnings in our area. A couple of special weather statements over here in northeastern Iowa, but nothing severe at this point. And one thing I have noticed is they have not cleared any county out of this tornado warning yet, or the tornado watch. Will not be surprised going from Lakeville back down, oh boy, Trying to figure out where the best place to reference would be. Pink. To Fairmont. Actually, I could even bring that farther over. So that's Albert Lee. Jackson in there? Jackson further over. Jackson's further over. So yeah, this area, the far western edge of the tornado watch, I can see getting canceled here or cleared out pretty quick. And I say that because all this here weather is now kind of along and east of the I-35 corridor in Minnesota. The heaviest rains are well into Wisconsin along the 35 west of the 35 corridor now, about halfway through St. Croix County, most of the way through St. Croix County, halfway through Pierce County. Tornado warning is still in effect there. And as for that rotation right there, that I would not be surprised if that one didn't get confirmed soon. Yeah. Yeah, there's a hint of a touchdown right here. You can see where the CC drops just a little bit. Not much, but it's definitely there. And I don't see... Yeah, there's that... The tornado watch that was for Olmsted County, that has been dropped. Owatonna, that's for thunderstorm warning, is still there as of 5:26. And then looking over here at this storm, oof. Definitely producing a tornado here in Houston County. .524. Damaging tornado 9 miles northwest of Spring Grove or 12 miles west of Caledonia, moving east at 15. So the storm is not moving very much at all. And you can see he's watching this little... That last scan, we get quite a bit of a broadening of the debris signature. It's not as concentrated as it was. Hopefully,
a new severe
that's a sign that
thunderstorm
we
warning
do not
has been
have
issued.
More going on there, that it's just weakening, and so it'll soon be out of our hair. Dodge County, Minnesota. You have gotten yourself a severe thunderstorm warning. Just waiting for that to pop in here. There it is. And that is a continuation of the warning that's done by Owatonna. Switching Weather Service offices here to La Crosse. And that was a severe thunderstorm over Claremont, or 8 miles west of Dodge Center, moving east at 45. Dodge Center and Claremont, about 5:35, so about 5 minutes from now. Casson, 5:40, and Mancherville, 5:45. And so this is an area that has been under a severe thunderstorm warning a couple of times. And I can see a little bit of a bow starting to form out here. So stronger winds are very much in the realm of possibility for Dodge County. Looking up here to our other tornado warning, Goodhue County. Yeah, the hint of a CC drop was definitely there, but the rotation is still present. It's right here. It's a weaker rotation, but it's definitely rotating. And they rightfully are keeping a tornado warning on that storm for radar indicated spin. That rotation here in Steele County has broadened out quite a bit. Nothing to be real worked up about there. That's why it's a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. You notice La Crosse did not issue a tornado possible tag on their warning into Dodge County. Taking a look down here. Houston County. Oh my gosh. Okay, Houston County, you are getting intense. So that is a rotation here in velocity, but if I go over to storm relative, we're getting some pretty serious winds. 70 and about that close.
New
Yeah, there's a
information. This tornado warning has been updated.
524. It's not updated yet. Come on. There's the updated warning. Confirmed tornado near Sheldon, or 7 miles northwest of Caledonia, moving east at 25. Houston, Yucatan, Sheldon. You are in the path of this storm. The storm is on the ground. It is doing damage. And if I go back to our correlation coefficient, yeah, it was a momentary hiccup in the data. It is definitely still there and producing damage. And you can see it moving. So I'm going to put a line on this. Okay, I'm a little off, a little too far easterly. Let's try that line. Yucatan, 5:40, so about 5 minutes, and that storm will be on you. Sheldon, about 20 minutes. Shex Mill in about 20 minutes. And according to the estimates in the radar program, no population here. I don't believe that for a second. All right, that looks like, now that is a much less intense correlation coefficient figure, and that's what I want to see. Because when you start getting down to these blues, especially when you get down to the grays and blacks, that's bad. You want to be up here in this reddish kind of puce color, and that generally indicates that you've got everything around the same size as a raindrop. There's nothing really weird in the atmosphere. You'll see it sometimes. You'll get that where you'll get something strange that's looking, but that can be biological. And that's bugs, like especially lacrosse will show off their mayfly hatch pretty intensely at times. And that's kind of gruesome to see on the radar, I have to say. So here's our storm. Yeah, it's blowing out some into Dodge County here. Our tornado warning still in effect for a radar indicated tornado near Kenyon. That was about 10 minutes ago. Zambroda, Wanamingo, Hayter, and Bombay were in the path of the storm. I'm going to grab this. It's this part of the storm. Move it. I like that. That was 30. I had the wrong speed on this. Let's try this again. Actually, you know what? I'm going to look and see. Yeah, they're looking at this part. Okay. Of course, I draw my lines much farther out than they need to be. Wanamingo! Now, Zambroda, you've got about 15 minutes, so about 5:50. That storm's going to be on you. Forest Mills, got 18 minutes, so about 55 after. White Willow, same thing. Mazeppa, you've got a half an hour. So right about 5:25, that storm's going to be on you. Belchester, the same. Bear Valley, a little bit longer, about 34 minutes. Zumbro Falls, 40 minutes. Millville, 52. If it makes it all the way to the river, Lake City in 56 minutes. Stockholm in an hour. Pepin in 68. Reed's Landing in 74 all the way across, getting into Wisconsin. And very curious what happened to this activity down here in Nebraska and Iowa. They issued this for thunderstorm watch for it. The warnings were there, and it was producing quite the show for a while, and now there's nothing. It's all up here in Minnesota. Okay. Just looking at a couple of storm reports here. Okay. And you'll notice all we have is the few tornado reports. These time out after an hour. Still have a couple of those reports left back here in Freeborn and Steele counties. Dodge County, your severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect. and that isn't in effect until 6:15. As of 5:30, looking at Claremont. So Kasson, right about now. Mancherville, you've got about 5 minutes. That storm will be on you. Looking at the shape of this storm, you see how it starts to bulge out as it comes racing into Dodge Center. That is an indicator sometimes of where we get some very strong winds coming through. And looking at the shape of this storm from Minneapolis, you can really see what's going on. So 5:32. Okay, so I'm going to switch over to La Crosse, which shows it even better, which is this rotation right here. That's a debris ball, unfortunately. Yeah, the storm's still rotating. It's messy, but it's rotating. Okay, so the storm relative velocity is behind. There it is. Definitely rotating, but it definitely looks like it's starting to relax some. Yeah, that's definitely relaxing. Still got some rotation right in here. Still radar warned or tornado warned for a reason. But I would not be surprised if this gets updated to a radar indicated warning here in the next few minutes. Oops. There we go. Switch over to reflectivity. And Dakota County and Southern Washington County, you've still got some showers around. Otherwise, the metro is pretty dry.
New information.
And
this tornado
as I
warning
expected,
has
that
been
Houston
updated.
County tornado warning did just get downgraded to a radar indicated warning. That warning is still in effect for 20 more minutes. I'll wait for it to update here in the radar system. And there it's now radar indicated. Near Sheldon or near Caledonia, moving east at 20. Sheldon, you're in the path of the storm now. That's the easiest way I can say it. Now. And that is for this area right in here. Now, we may not have a tornado on the ground at this moment, but the storm has definitely shown that it is capable of producing tornadoes. So treat this tornado warning as if it was still on the ground. You'll be seeking shelter immediately, making sure that you are covering your head.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Make sure you've got shoes on. And we did just get a whole bunch of updates going on now. Our tornado warning up here in Goodhue County is gone. Dodge County, your severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Now it's over Dodge Center, moving east at 50. And that does contain 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. 46-mile-an-hour winds were reported in Claremont about 5:35. Mancherville and Kasson, you've got this storm in about 5 minutes. And as expected, they are starting to trim the tornado watch back as Blue Earth, Le Sueur, those counties are now out. And the counties that are blinking here, Pierce, Goodhue, Rice, Steele, and then back here towards Faribault County, would not be surprised to see those get trimmed in the next update. So right now we are down to our severe thunderstorm warning in Dodge County and our radar indicated tornado warning in Houston County. And that does remain in effect. Again, that was a tornado capable producing storm over Sheldon or near Caledonia, moving east at 20. Sheldon is the direct path of the storm as of now. And that storm did produce a tornado, did damage earlier. That was quite visible on radar. And anywhere along this line, from Winona back down towards Caledonia, back down here.
New information. This
This
severe
whole area,
thunderstorm
any of
warning
these
has been
storms could spin
updated.
up a tornado pretty quickly. And that other severe thunderstorm warning that was under our tornado warning is still in effect. That's for 15 more minutes. Severe thunderstorm near Houston or near Caledonia, moving east at 30, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that is that same storm that is producing the tornado. So it's kind of a overlay. The tornado warning is smaller and fits inside the severe thunderstorm warning because that's the focused area. But that whole area is under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So right now, aside from our flash flood warning across the metro that will run for another hour and 15 minutes, there are no warnings in the Chanhassen warning area. We are pretty uneventful all the way back to the Minnesota border, North and South Dakota. I'll do a quick look. There's a few scattered showers here and there, but that's to be expected. As we look over, you have to get pretty much the other side of the St. Croix. Excuse me. Once you cross the St. Croix to northwestern Wisconsin, there's rain pretty solid all the way over to the Wisconsin 13 corridor and beyond, almost over to Rhinelander. The Arrowhead from US 53 in Minnesota all the way over to Grand Portage. Light rain, scattered showers in there. Some a little heavier. Grand Marais, you're about to get some heavier rain there. And then once we get up far north, in International Falls, Ely, in that area, there's some light rain, but there's not much to it. You know, it's quickly staying where it's at. Pretty much from, excuse me, losing my voice. Pretty much here from Crane Lake up towards Thunder Bay and north of Thunder Bay. That's where that rain ends. And then La Crosse, of course, looking at western Wisconsin, showers and thunderstorms. Concentrated mostly northern Wisconsin. A couple of lines of storms, one running from all the way back down. Excuse me, I am going to lose my voice. From Mason City and Charles City, right along that line, running right up through almost La Crosse, through Winona, and then back up all the way up towards Medford, Wisconsin. That's one line of storms. That is the one that currently has our severe thunderstorm and tornado warning in Houston County on it. There's another secondary line with the trough itself, and that is moving down, and that is really extending from getting up towards Rice Lake and Cumberland. That extends down just to the east of Red Wing, and then comes down through, and that touches on Dodge Center and goes back down to that CAV point. I can't remember what it is.
A new severe thunderstorm warning
And
has
down
been
into
issued.
north central Iowa, where they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds. As for Wright and Franklin counties in Iowa, that is for Cleary in Iowa, and that is going to be moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. Excuse me. So right now, our focus is entirely in southeastern Minnesota. I mean, there's really not much else going on, which is good and bad, I guess. If you're a meteorology streaming YouTuber, let me tell you, 2 warnings in your area and nothing else going on makes for a really focused forecast and nowcast. But at the same time, it's also really good because that means we don't have a lot of severe weather going on here across most of the area. Quick reminder, we have our severe thunderstorm warning in Dodge County. That is in effect for another half an hour. That will expire here at 6:15. And that was near Dodge Center. That was about 5 minutes ago. 45-mile-an-hour winds, 46-mile-an-hour in Claremont at 5:35. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are possible. And this storm is moving east at 50. And if we take a look at it in motion, you can see how it starts to bow out here, especially as it's coming through Dodge Center. A bow like that is a very good indicator that you've got strong winds developing with the storm. Unfortunately, we can't see the same down here for this monstrosity in Houston County. I wish I could say better things about it, but I can't. Still have a radar indicated tornado tag on this. Excuse me. As of 8 minutes ago, West Central Houston County still had a tornado warning. That was over Sheldon and Caledonia, moving east at 30. And there's really nothing to make me think that it has weakened in the least. Still have that big hook rotation down here below it. The velocity data is still pretty strong. It's broader than it was, but it's definitely still a strong rotation. And you can see a bit of, this is storm velocity. This is how the winds are moving to the storm itself. Not to the radar, but to the storm itself. And you can see there's definitely some tighter rotation in this area. So if you're in central Houston County, you want to make sure you are treating this as a live tornado warning, which it is, but you want to treat it as if it's on the ground because this storm has produced a large tornado earlier that did substantial damage. So we're going to take a look. I grab this and put it into motion as I grab the velocity on it. And that storm is moving east at 20, so we'll grab that, go east at 20 with this. And really we're going to follow the line of the warning more because they're saying east, but it doesn't work that way and how it's actually going. So we're in a very rural area of Houston County. Hoka in 34 minutes. Brownsville in 41, Harrington in 54. Downstream, if it holds together, it'll be reaching the La Crosse area about an hour from now. Pleasant Valley and Cold Springs about an hour as well. And then Shelby in 61 minutes. And if it does make it that far, that will start putting it into a much more populated area. Total population in the blue polygon here is 101,000. Whereas right now in this area, if I did this and drew it out for 30 miles an hour. Oh, I had it too fast. I know what it did. 30. There's nothing there. There's not a village or a census designated place. So the population is probably less than 10. But again, as we start moving it into the La Crosse area, La Crescent, La Crosse, that whole area, Holman, that will be something that they will be watching very closely. I'm going to take a look at the correlation coefficient again, the debris detector. And so far, that has calmed down quite a bit from where it was. I'll take this back. For those of you who weren't here, go farther back in this. And this will go all the way back from about 524. Yeah, this is being quirky on me. There we go. So this is going back to 508. So we're going back about 40 minutes. And you can see, boom, right here. You can see that big blue blob. That's the tornadic debris signature picking up out of the radar there. And if you're looking at this one out here in Freeborn County, if you notice there's a hole back here that just, it's nothing and then it starts to fill in. That one, is there
New information. This
anything out there
severe
with it?
thunderstorm
No.
warning has been updated.
And so we have a couple updates up here in Dodge County. I've trimmed that warning down quite a bit now. There we go. So Casson and Mancherville moving east at 35. So the warning does remain in effect for southeastern Dodge County. So far, the highest reported winds are 46 miles an hour from law enforcement. That's not to say that other areas have not seen stronger winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning out in front of our rotating storm moving into La Crosse, and that is going to be Houston, La Crosse, and Vernon counties in Wisconsin. So northeastern Houston, south central La Crosse, and northwestern Vernon counties until 6:30. And that is that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Caledonia, moving east at 20. 60 mile an hour wind gusts are the primary threat reported, but it does have its tornado possible tag on it as that storm is rotating. And then downstream of our Dodge County warning, we have a special weather statement for the next 52 minutes and that is for a strong thunderstorm near Byron or near Mancherville moving east at 50, wind gust to 50 miles an hour, and Rochester and Byron at 5:55. So you've got about now before that storm to hit Rochester. Iota around 6:10 and Dover around 6:15. So you're looking right at the core of Rochester about to get hit with this storm. And I'm mentally debating on whether or not I think they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning out here in Olmsted County, and I really don't think they will. The storm is only producing 45 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts and has not shown a propensity for strengthening. It actually looks like it's weakening some on radar. Everything else to the north is pretty tame. I mean, you've got some heavy rain up here. Again, that's starting to push well up. Menominee up towards Cumberland, coming back down towards just east of Red Wing. That area is getting some pretty heavy rain. South and east of this warm front, or south and west rather, of the warm front is where the stronger storms are located. You've got one cluster of stronger storms in far southeastern Minnesota, mostly in Freeborn, Houston counties in Minnesota. Extreme southeastern Winona County, moving up into Trempealeau and La Crosse County. Is La Crosse in La Crosse County? I just forgot which county it's in. Yes, it is in La Crosse County, and that is Vernon. Stronger cells back here in Freeborn, not warned, likely won't be. And then we've got another little festering cluster back here across southeastern Minnesota. Dodge Center back down towards Albert Lee and Austin. Those are a little bit stronger storms. 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. Not really much hail being reported in them, but they could strengthen and produce severe winds. So La Crosse will be keeping an eye on those. A tornado warning for Houston County has been allowed to expire. Not surprised. And so at this point, we are down to two and a half severe thunderstorm watches. I'll say it that way. That watch, the farther back watch in Houston that covers mostly north central, northwestern Houston County, that expires in 4 minutes. That will be allowed to expire. It's the cell out here in central Houston County, moving up towards La Crosse and the south side of La Crosse. That is the one that's currently warned for tornado possible and 60 mile an hour winds. Near Caledonia, moving east at 20, the storm has shown a propensity for just waddling along and not being in a hurry. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning for Dodge County for another 19 minutes. And that's for 60 mile an hour wind gusts. And then a special weather statement in front of that. And that's covering most of Olmsted County into a southern part here of Goodhue County. That's not Goodhue. That is... Which county is this? I just drew a blank. Of course it's not in there because it's been updated. Poodles. Oh, I know this is Olmsted County. I'm just drawing a blank of which county this is. Wabasha. Took me a second. Wabasha. So most of Olmsted and the southern extension of Wabasha County that sticks down into between Olmsted and Winona counties, you're in a special weather statement. Again, that's ahead of these storms that are moving out of Dodge County that contain 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. They could strengthen and become severe, but at this time they are not. But there's a special weather statement.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning issued. This is north of La Crosse. So this is one of those storms I said we had to watch out for. Southeastern Winona County, west central La Crosse County, and south central Trempealeau in Wisconsin. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Nodine, or 10 miles northwest of La Crescent, moving northeast at 20. Dakota and Bryce Prairie, you're going to see this storm about now, and Holman in about 6:15, so about 15 minutes in Holman. And that is this area right here. So that's going to be moving across the US 61 corridor, across Wisconsin 35. That is a heavily traveled area. It's also quite the beautiful area, touristy area. So if you're in that area, it's this rotation right in here that they are issuing that warning for. Excuse me. And that would be this rotation right here. Let me shorten this up. I don't need to look at the last half hour. There we go. Yeah, there's no CC drop with that yet. So that's good. Let's keep it that way. And we have our severe thunderstorm warning down here by Caledonia that's eventually going to move up into extreme northwestern Vernon County and extreme southwestern La Crosse County, across northeastern Houston County. This is the storm that produced quite a strong tornado earlier. Did quite a bit of damage, lofted debris up quite a ways into the atmosphere. But right now, the storm is still broadly rotating, but nothing like it was before. It is a much more stereotypical rotating thunderstorm at this point, as opposed to a tornado imminent thunderstorm. And right now, that is all we have on the board. It's a quiet period right now. And I've said that before, and I get myself into trouble because as soon as I say it, something else happens. But until we get this tornado warning off the board and we are tornado warning clear, I will still be here. We will continue doing coverage. It looks like they are at least thinking about a severe thunderstorm watch for southern Wisconsin. Not a high chance, but it's there. So if the area from Platteville up towards Wisconsin Dells over to the Milwaukee, Kenosha area, they're thinking about a possible severe thunderstorm watch there. The greatest potential is between Madison, Waukesha, down towards Janesville, which is where you see those two special weather statements, the blue polygons down here in Dane County and then down here. And so it's these two storms. Another storm back up here near Sparta. I think that's Sparta. I could be wrong. That's Wisconsin Dells, so that is not. I'm not sure where that is. That might be Baraboo. I'm now confused on where that one is. I got a little lost in my own thought here. Here's Sparta. It's Boston. And that's Camp Douglas. There we go. I don't see much of a chance of a warning here. The Storm Prediction Center is listing as a 40% chance. And they're saying that there may be a few strong storms that mature. But right now, I'm not seeing it. I would be much more interested in these storms that are down here in Illinois. Joe Davies, Carroll, and Stevenson counties moving northeast at 30 to 60 mile an hour winds. Another cluster right here moving into the Chicagoland area, moving it through northwestern into central Cook County and DuPage County. And those look like they fired up right on the lake breeze. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Those are storms that are right on the warm front, but it's where the warm front is intersecting the lake breeze there. So that's why those storms have blown up. Back over here by La Crosse. That storm is not looking as intense as it was. Still rotating broadly, very broadly, but much less intensely than it was. Still have a fairly significant rotation signature here. It's not the cleanest signature I've seen, but it's definitely there. Storm relative does not give us a clear picture, but the base velocity does. Beyond that, might be some strong gusty winds trying to develop here, moving into Olmsted County, but again, maybe 40 to 50 miles an hour, that's it. So nothing too intense, and that's why when they issued the statement for Olmsted and Wabasha County, it was issued as a special weather statement, not as an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning. So we still have our severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Houston, La Crosse, and Vernon counties. And that storm is just poking along at 20 miles an hour. At some point, something's going to pick it up and hopefully move it. I'm wondering if it's rooted behind the front. So it's just like, I've got a good moisture feed here. I've got all the fuel I need. I'm just going to sit here. Which sometimes happens. Because if you look at the rest of these storms farther back into the warm sector, like down here across north central Iowa, these storms are moving to the east and a little bit south of east at 50
New information.
miles an hour.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This tornado warning
Okay,
has
we
been
know La
updated.
Crosse and Temperlow counties. We just got an update on our tornado warning here. Still radar indicated near Dakota, or 9 miles northwest of La Crescent, moving northeast at 15. Bryce Prairie at 6:10 and Holman at 6:15. This storm is definitely not in a hurry. So that effect actually applies to both of these storms. They're not only moving northeast at 15 to 20, which makes me very curious as to what's causing this glacial speed here. Taking a look much farther back up towards the cities. Oh, excuse me. Oh. A few little showers that tried to get going up here along the trough line, quickly fizzling. Same with the rain showers that were up farther north. So once you get north of US 2, there is some light rain up there. There is some little pockets of stronger rain, especially just southwest of Grand Marais. But otherwise, it is all quiet on the western front. A few scattered showers here and there across northern Minnesota. Back down towards Sioux Falls. Nothing currently going on in South Dakota. Well, there's a little bit way out west in South Dakota. A few severe thunderstorm warnings. One up here for $half sized hail. That is for Butte County near 33 miles north of Belforche, or 11 miles south of Gustav. I have another one over here in Wyoming for southeastern Crook County and northeastern Wyoming. That is a severe thunderstorm 10 miles west of Sundance. That'll move through Sundance, Moski, Inyan-Cara Mountain, and Cement Ridge Lookout. And that will also cover I-90 in Wyoming from mile markers 167 to 195. And then we have a small severe thunderstorm warning down here for quarter-sized hail. And that is near Keystone Y, or 8 miles east of Hill City, moving east at 15. Keystone, Hayward, Rockerville, Mount Rushmore, Sheridan Lake, Keystone Y, and Bear Country are in the path of that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's for quarter-sized hail and only 40-mile-an-hour winds. A few more strong storms out here on the plains to the west, or to the east rather, of Rapid City. A few more down here in northeastern Nebraska and south central South Dakota. Taking a look at Nebraska, there's showers and storms down there, but nothing severe, nothing even special weather statement tagged. Do have a bit of a flash flood warning down here north and northwest of Omaha. Same thing over here in Iowa. But we have one severe thunderstorm warning down in Iowa. And that is down here for another 23 minutes. And that is for northeastern Wright and Franklin counties in Iowa. That is for a severe thunderstorm over Coulter moving north, or moving to the north, or east rather, 45 miles an hour, or 9 miles west of Hampton. That's what I get for trying to read two things at once.
A new observed tornado warning has been
And
issued.
unfortunately, that warning has now gone tornado warned or confirmed south of La Crosse. So we have a law enforcement confirmed tornado over Hoka, or 7 miles south of La Crescent, moving east at 20. So east central Houston County, south central La Crosse County, and northwestern Vernon County, so Minnesota and Wisconsin, until 6:30, you are under an active tornado warning for a confirmed tornado on the ground. And that is for this storm right here. This is the one that produced tornado damage back earlier in west central Houston County. So I'm not surprised that this storm regenerated. And here's that area of rotation that is coming together here. It has come together. Storm relation velocity, it looks like it is behind the times entirely. Correlation coefficient, Nothing on it yet. Hopefully it stays that way. But yeah, right now, area of rotation is right in here. So just southwest of the La Crosse radar site. Holman Field, La Crosse Airport is up here. That's what this mark is. So that's going to go mostly south of the core city of La Crosse. But extreme southwestern La Crosse County, extreme northwestern Vernon County, and east central Houston County, you are under a tornado warning for an observed tornado. And that will run until about 6:30. No hail reported with this. Just a damaging tornado, which is enough. Hoka and Brownsville about now, and La Crosse about 6:15. So La Crosse, the south side of La Crosse, Goose Island, Highways 14 and 61 and County Road MM in Houston County, Brinkman Ridge, Irish Hill, and Highway 33 and Losey Boulevard on the La Crosse side, all in the path of this tornadic storm. Still have a tornado warning in effect up here. And as of a few minutes ago, that was still in effect for east central Winona, west central La Crosse, and south central Trempealeau counties. And that was near Dakota, or 9 miles northwest of La Crescent, moving to the northeast at 15 miles an hour. And that was a radar indicated tornado. And that is our 2 tornado warnings. We barely have a severe thunderstorm warning holding on here for Dodge County. That should expire here momentarily in about 5 minutes. And then to the east of that, across Olmsted and far southern, south central Wabasha County, we do have a special weather statement for that same system for 50-mile-an-hour winds, and that is it. So it's not a barn burner of a storm there. Okay, there we go. Missed an update from the Storm Prediction Center that actually explains what I thought I might be seeing, and I was suspecting correctly. So these are not your classic huge Great Plains supercells. This is not your Tornado Alley, the mothership has landed. These are low top supercells, which means the cell tops are only maybe 30, 40,000 feet, so not big storms. But there's enough rotation. There's a boundary that runs along with the warm front. There's another boundary that crosses it. And it runs kind of along the US 14 corridor here. And so that boundary is giving some rotation to anything that crosses it. Add that to the shear that's already in place. Add that to the warm front being in place. That's where that highest risk of tornadoes was. And that's exactly where we've been seeing those tornado warnings at. And that was issued back at 5 o'clock, valid until 6:30. So that was one I missed, but I was also busy looking at the real-time weather as to what was happening. And as you can see, you're starting to get special weather statements lining up here in south central Wisconsin. Those are running all the way from Wisconsin Dells, north and east of Madison, down towards Sullivan, Wisconsin. But right now we're going to keep an eye on this tornado warning down here by La Crosse. Velocity signature is definitely indicative of a tornado. Not sure what's up with the storm relative velocity. It is just not there. But it looks like they're having a data problem. There might be something there. Huh. Oh, I see. There was a radar glitch. See the data rotate about 5 degrees counterclockwise there. That's
new information.
a
This
good sign
tornado warning has been
of
updated.
an issue. So our warning back up here for Trempealeau, Winona, and La Crosse County just got updated. Waiting for that update to come through. While I do that, I'll take a look at the radar down here, La Crosse. Yeah, that storm's definitely starting to look a couple of notches here that bear watching. Take a look at the velocity. You can almost convince me there's a handoff happening, but I'm not even sure of that. Yeah, storm relative velocity data is not keeping up because that still has that storm way back here. So that's not where the storm is. So I pull up regular velocity.
New information.
It's over
This
here.
tornado warning has been updated.
So looks like we've now cleared out Vernon and Houston counties on this tornado warning. Yep, I have to wait for them to come through. So here's northwestern La Crosse County, or west central La Crosse County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Bryce Prairie, or 8 miles north of La Crescent, moving northeast at 15. That storm will be around Holman here in about 5 minutes. New Amsterdam is also in the path of that storm. But that storm is not moving quickly. It's this little area of rotation right in here. That's what they're looking at and keeping that warning going for. Yeah, storm relative is just not there. What is going on? That gives us a ugh. This is a low resolution, low quality product, but it works. And this little pocket right here, which is sloppy as can be, but that's the area of the rotation, and our other area of rotation is right here. Very curious because they listed it only as La Crosse County for the update here. I'm wondering if it's this one got trimmed and not this one. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. I saw La Crosse County and I thought they had trimmed out Houston and Vernon. I'm like, that makes no sense given how this storm looks. All right, Menominee, you are out of the heavy rain. It is just to your south, but it is moving away from you, La Crosse, or not La Crosse, Eau Claire. You've had one heavier little shower go through. You may get some more heavy rain, but not much. North of the Wisconsin 29 corridor, it is mostly light to steady rain. Excuse me. Nothing severe going on there. Just pockets of heavier rain.
New information.
Franklin
This
County,
severe
Iowa.
thunderstorm
Okay, that's
warning
down
has been updated.
Taking a look around La Crosse and into southern and southwestern Wisconsin. A couple of special weather statement warned storms. One near Sullivan. Another one up here towards the Dells. Excuse me. And just got a tornado watch update for Pepin. Okay, Pepin, Freeborn, and Faribault counties. Not sure why they issued an update on that unless they're saying they're about to cancel it, which would not surprise me because those areas are pretty clear. Shoot, I could even clear Dodge out comfortably. I'd even clear out Wabasha County.
New information.
All
This
right,
tornado
that's the warning
warning
I was
has been
expecting an
updated.
update on. As of 6:16, so just now, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Brownsville, or 7 miles south of La Crescent, moving east at 10. Brownsville around 6:20, so Brownsville, you've got a couple of minutes. Otherwise, Mount La Crosse and Goose Island are in the path of this storm. So we're narrowing this down quite a bit. We're looking at this area right in here, just barely north of the Vernon County, La Crosse County line. And La Crosse has issued a special weather statement now for strong thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes or funnels near Harmony, or 10 miles north of Cresco, Iowa, moving northeast at 40. Brief tornado and wind gust to 40 are the threats. Harmony and Canton around 6:20 would also affect Henrytown, Hamburg, Lenora, Choice, Amherst, and Tawney. And that tornado watch is still in effect until 10 o'clock, so got 4 more hours on that bad boy. And the northwestern La Crosse County tornado warning has been canceled. So right now we are down to 1 severe thunderstorm warning, 1 tornado warning, and 2 special weather statements in Minnesota and western Wisconsin. So we have Olmsted and south central Wabasha County, special weather statement, another effect for another 25 minutes. Strong thunderstorms producing gusts up to 50 miles an hour. And those pretty much have moved through the Rochester area, Iota, and Dover. And that area actually, as we look at it on the radar here, that special weather statement is probably in effect just because there probably are still some gusty winds, but there is nothing severe about that. Now, the storms down here, on the other hand, in Freeborn County, these storms bear watching. And that's near Harmony, and those are moving to the northeast. Those will eventually move into Houston County. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning in Houston County with a tornado possible tag on it. And as of 20 minutes ago, that was that storm near Caledonia, which is the one that still has a tornado warning on it, which is this cell. However, with these storms moving in behind, they may let this warning continue to sit. I'm not sure how La Crosse will handle that one. It looks to me they may, almost looks like they might have to reissue this warning farther north. Because there's the rotation in particular, but it almost looks like there's another little spot up here, which would make no sense. High red storm velocity finally caught up a little. It's still terrible. Yeah, that's still... Yeah, I don't know why it's still far behind, but it is. All right. So, as we look here, let's get a big picture out. I'm just going to do a really big picture. And this is what we're looking at across the entire region. What I can do is draw an area, come on, there. About like that. If you were to the south and east of that line I just drew in, it's over. You can go back to your normal activities, don't have to worry about anything, just keep an eye on any local waterways and be aware that there may be some standing water around still for a few more hours. If you're south and, I said that wrong, pardon me, north and west of that line. So most of Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. Right now, if you're in the eastern Dakotas, things are quiet. Now, moving in towards, I'm just going to do this the easy way. There we go. There we go. Now, having said that, as I look over here to the south and west of this line, or south and east of this line, so across Nebraska, Iowa, into western Wisconsin, a lot of rain once you get south of this warm front. So south of the Mississippi River and south and west, you do have a chance of severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. The tornado threat is mostly confined to far southeastern Minnesota, southwestern Wisconsin, and far northeastern Iowa. Otherwise, there are severe thunderstorm watches that go all the way back into central Nebraska. Beyond that, there is more activity forming up here in central South Dakota and western South Dakota. A few severe thunderstorm warnings out that way, even all the way up into Montana, getting close to Glendive, actually. Yeah. But otherwise, a bit of a break here before the next round of storms comes through later tonight and into tomorrow. So we do still have our tornado warning for La Crosse. I'm going to switch back to local radar. I'm on La Crosse. There we go. And at this point, it's getting hard to see this storm because it's so close to the radar. But our area of rotation is this little notch right here. And again, we're looking really low to the ground. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning farther back, which does expire at 7 minutes. I will be surprised if they let that warning continue, actually, because there's nothing much behind it. And then we have two special weather statements. We have one, for Olmsted and Wabasha counties. That is for winds up to 50 miles an hour. Those storms have mostly weakened and have moved east. And then we have another special weather statement down here in extreme southeastern Fillmore County. Fillmore County. And that is for these storms which are producing some gusty winds, maybe a hint of a rotation right in here. There might be just a little something there. And where it's at in the storm makes no sense, because you would be looking for rotation here, not up here. It's one of those cases where the possible rotation is displaced. And as I watch this storm out here, yeah, that's definitely moving to the north. That's taking a left turn. Took a left turn at Albuquerque, it looks like, because that rotation that's been chugging along here has suddenly gone much more northeast. It has curled up. You can watch it curl right there. So right now, that's about where it's at. High-res velocity bears that out. It's right in here. So yeah, the storm is definitely hooked to the northeast. It's still within the severe thunderstorm warning. It is not in the tornado warning at this point. That tornado warning has another 5 minutes. So does our severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be interesting to see how they reissue that. See if they reissue it as another severe thunderstorm warning, or if they put a tornado warning out for that rotation. My guess is you're going to see a broader severe thunderstorm warning, probably from about La Crosse Airport down here past the, maybe into Vernon County. I'd be surprised. But most of the southern 2/3 of La Crosse County, maybe getting out here, heading out towards Sparta. But I'd be surprised. And that is all we have in our area. Nothing else going on. I have a tornado possible tag on the severe thunderstorm warning way out here towards the Dells. Let's see who's the best radar picture of that, what it thinks. It is looking, oof. Could be La Crosse, could be Milwaukee. Hard to say. But yeah, that's that little cell that's got the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag on it. La Crosse doesn't have much of a better view of it either. This is another one of our radar holes. This area right in here is a pretty substantial radar hole. It's too far from La Crosse, too far from Green Bay, too far from Milwaukee, and way too far from the Twin Cities and Duluth, which are your only radars around. So right now we're just going to watch and wait and see what La Crosse does with these warnings and statements in their area. Don't know. Like I said, I think they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning, probably covering the southern 2/3 of La Crosse County. Don't think Vernon will be included. They may issue a new special weather statement into southern Houston southern Houston County, and I think that Dodge County or Olmsted County, Wabasha County special weather statement will just be allowed to expire because the storms that were there have moved into Winona County and have weakened substantially. And the storms to the south, down into Mower County, over to Freeborn County, and out into Fillmore County are not as intense. So I think we're close to seeing the end of our tornado warnings and probably most of our severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. Just have to wait and see what they do with the next update set. Up here over the Twin Cities, got a few scattered showers left over southern Washington County, extreme northeastern Goodhue County. Our flash flood warning does run for another half an hour. And that is this area in green here from extreme northeastern Carver County across most of central Hennepin County, far southern Anoka County, most of Ramsey County, and central Washington County. Taking a look out the windows here, we're in north central Hennepin County, almost northeastern Hennepin County, and it has stopped raining here. The roads are drying out, and there's a light breeze blowing, so no standing water, and it looks like everything has drained away. We did have a little full curbs there for a little while, but it has calmed down. And okay, La Crosse did neither. They allowed the tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning to expire. So there are no warnings currently in the La Crosse area. There are still some stronger storms down there. Not to say that they're severe, but they're stronger. So right now our only special weather statement that remains in effect is for southeastern, excuse me, oh, losing my voice, southeastern Fillmore County. And that is for another 30 minutes. And that is for strong thunderstorms capable of producing funnels or a brief tornado. Those were located near Harmony at 6:15, but they're only moving to the northeast at 40. So that's this little pocket here, and they're moving generally off to the northeast. So they will cut through central Houston County up towards La Crosse over the next hour. We'll zoom way out in the big picture. I'm going back to the Minneapolis radar because it gives me a better view of the region, short of jumping all the way out to MERMS mode, which I'm going to do anyway. Multi-radar, multi-sensor radar displays what they call this because it's taking into account all of the radars it can get. And so from roughly Red Wing getting down towards Albert Lee to the south and east, you've still got rain, still some strong storms about to exit far southeastern Minnesota, pretty much over Fillmore and Houston counties at this point, about to move into La Crosse and Vernon counties in Wisconsin and move into northeastern Iowa. I have one special weather statement still in effect, and that is for southeastern Fillmore County. That is for possible tornado spin-ups and winds up to 50 miles an hour. But given the fact that they've not issued any warnings for it, nor have they issued a severe thunderstorm warning, this one may be allowed just to sit tight and expire when it is done. So for this Dodge County statement, I'm not sure why they have not gotten rid of it, because there's almost nothing left in Dodge County. It's all south of Dodge County at this point. Right now, if you are watching or you have questions, now would be the time to ask. We've kind of calmed down a bit. So if you have questions, now would be the time to ask. And actually, we have dropped to a green border, which tells me that we have no severe thunderstorm warnings and we have no tornado warnings in effect at this time, which is good. I'll pull back into this little area down here in Fillmore County. I'm going to keep an eye on it for just a little bit longer. I don't think much is going to happen with it, but do need to keep an eye on it. Yeah. Not much going on with it. I mean, they're there, but they're not as they're seemingly more forming into a line as opposed to individual cells, which tells me that these storms are seeing their tornado producing capabilities reduced. Not to say that they can't, but it doesn't look nearly as likely as it did. Keep an eye on this for the next little bit here, probably about another 12 minutes, just to see if there are any more warnings that get issued down here in Houston County, Minnesota, maybe into La Crosse or Vernon County. I'll be surprised if there are, but we'll hang tight here for a few more minutes to see what happens. Not seeing much of anything building here. You know, these cells are, I mean, they're strong, but they're not severe. And if you look at them, watch them as they move, you see the intensity gets less, which is partially because the La Crosse radar is now in the storms, which can cause some weakening. But even if I pull up Flying Cloud and put this into motion, or Flying Cloud, Chanhassen, Minneapolis radar, even the Minneapolis radar starts to show it weakening up some. Okay, and here's our updated frontal positions. I was waiting for that. So the low pressure center is right in the metro almost. So a little bit south and east of Minneapolis International. Stationary front running along the Mississippi River down to about La Crosse, and it jumps inland away from the river, goes out towards Lone Rock, and then back out towards Milwaukee, but more of, same with Janesville down there, Whitewater, and then down into Cook County. And this part of the stationary front is being reinforced by the Lake Michigan lake breeze. That's why that has not moved as much. You see kind of the odd shape there. And then our cold front, which is really more of a wind shift line, tries it out a little bit. That is extending back, past through Mankato, all the way down towards Jackson, and then goes just a little south of Sioux Falls, and then turns stationary again back out towards Rapid City and into northeastern Wyoming, up into eastern Montana, back up into the Canadian prairies. And that's all going to come right back north here as this high pressure center moves off to the east. It's going to start return flow again, and that's going to start pushing this front back north as a warm front. And by the time we get to the weekend, we're going to be boiling. The question is going to be, how quickly will this front come back north? If it takes its time, it's not going to do much. It's just going to sit there, and you're going to see a lot of rain along the Minnesota-Iowa border, back towards Sioux Falls, over towards Milwaukee, and back out towards Rapid City. If it comes through north sooner, we could wind up seeing more severe weather to the south of the front, which could put it into southern Minnesota. I'll have to watch this front over the next few days to see what happens. La Crosse is still not issued any updates. A special weather statement for Dodge or Olmsted and Wabasha counties will expire here in about 10 minutes. Special weather statement 24 minutes down here. Okay, so that turns that off. Oh, that's what I have to do. I have to turn the radar off. Okay. I was wondering about that. I'm like, supposedly I'm supposed to be able to see cities in this. So here's Harmony. So going from Bristol Harmony all the way back up towards La Crosse. Another cell, north central La Crosse County, that's a little stronger. Otherwise, we have our strong rain band that's moving from Eau Claire, coming back down here towards Wabasha. Otherwise, there is nothing severe going on within 125 miles of the Twin Cities. Closest actual severe thunderstorm warning on the scope right now would be down here by the Wisconsin Dells. And that is over Lake Delton, or near Reedsburg, moving northeast to 20 with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts affecting Wisconsin Dells and Lake Delton. So a bad day to be on vacation at the Dells. So about 5 minutes left on our broadcast here this afternoon. This was very impromptu. I was not expecting to be doing a live stream today. Kind of glad I had dinner going in the slow cooker before all this started. Otherwise, I'd be making dinner really late. Just waiting for La Crosse. See if they do anything here. My guess is they won't. We're going to let these two special weather statements expire. They might issue a new one, maybe. La Crosse and Vernon County. I'll be surprised at that. The only reason I say that is because there is starting to be a bit of a bow in here, kind of a bulge, and that can sometimes produce stronger winds. They might actually issue, yeah, they might actually issue a bit of a special weather statement here for like 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. I doubt it'll be a severe thunderstorm warning. The way these storms have been, they've not really been producing a lot of strong winds. It's been mostly tornadoes. I have seen no hail reports from anything up here. And really, except for this front part, there's not been a little lightning in this either. And there's a few here and there, but it's really this front line from La Crosse back down towards Decorah that's been producing most of the lightning. It's also what's produced most of our tornadoes as well. Okay, 6 minutes left on the Olmsted County Special Weather Statement in Wabasha County. And then we have 21 minutes on our Fillmore County one. Yeah. I'm watching this as it comes through, and I'm just... Okay, La Crosse is in the clear. You can see it. Yeah, those storms are weakening. Yeah, at least for the moment they are. The line's spreading out, and they're producing heavier rain in a wider area, but they're not as intense as they were. Now, having said that, looking back over here, so back here towards Preston, kind of along 52 and west of 52, these storms are starting to strengthen up a little bit. It'll be a while before they do anything severe. And the reason I say that is most likely they are going to get pretty fuel starved by these storms out in front. They're in a difficult area to really grow and maintain some intense strength. Because even if you look farther down in Iowa, all these storms down here are blocking the storm fuel from getting up to this stuff that's trying to develop up here by Preston. So what I'm going to do at this point is I am actually going to drop myself off the stream and drop audio off the stream, and I will leave this up for a little while. I will be keeping an eye on this. If necessary, I will jump back on with more commentary. But until we get this area of storms out of southeastern Minnesota, out of southwestern Wisconsin, and really out of the border areas of Minnesota, I will leave the stream up and running. So for now, I am meteorologist JT Lamb, John Lamb. It is 6:40, and I will leave this up here for probably another hour and a half, 2 hours. Probably take it down about 8 o'clock unless something more substantial starts to happen here.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued. New information, this flash flood warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. A new observed tornado warning has been issued.